So tonight I'm going to get started on a little project. This keyboard is a gift from my father-in-law for his birthday that's coming up. It's a Hexgears Supernova keyboard. I've taken it out and typed on it a little bit. I can type on it for a minute here if you want to hear how it sounds. So you get the idea. Just a typical OEM keyboard, a little bit scratchy, so it doesn't necessarily sound special, doesn't sound great, doesn't sound terrible, but you know, nothing special. So the goal here is to take this keyboard and make it sound better. What happened to my filter? Oh, okay. There we go. If anybody comes in the chat, I'll deal with that. So, my father-in-law wanted a keyboard that would have RGB backlights, and he wanted it to be full size, and it's a gift that we're going in on with his wife, and they didn't want to spend too much, and so this is what we came up with in the price range that meets his personal preferences. So I think for the price, it's a cool looking keyboard. I mean, the outside of it's metal, I guess. So one of the selling points of this keyboard is that it's metal. It says it's all metal, right? Yeah, this is a metal keyboard. Well, I don't know. It doesn't feel to me like it's really... Usually, like when I saw that, I was thinking... I thought they meant like... I don't know. Something more similar to like a K-type, for example. Or some of the mass drop boards, keyboards. Like the Alt or the Control. I was expecting maybe it would be thicker metal. Like maybe machined out of aluminum. But what it feels like... We're going to see in just a minute here. I don't know if I'm right. I might be wrong. But it feels like it's... If it's machined, then it's a thin, feels like thin metal with plastic on the inside. So it feels like it's, I guess we'll find out in a minute. But it feels kind of like it's just a plastic keyboard with like a metal jacket on it for looks. But let's take a look. Let's find out. Like a metal sheath, metal case on the outside. Like okay, so I've removed all the screws. All 9 of them. Now what's keeping this from coming off? What's keeping this from separating? Feels like there's some resistance in the middle to coming apart. I think there must be more screws hidden under this label that I missed. Okay, here's one. Yeah, so there's some more screws. I didn't get more. Sure, this voids warranty, but I don't care. Warranty schmoranty, right? That's what I say. That's what I always say. Warranty schmoranty. Okay. Must be a couple screws in the middle here, yep. Alright, now we should be able to remove this nice metal sheath that appears to be on here. So there it is. So if I didn't know any better, I would say this doesn't look machined. This looks like it's stamped. Maybe stamped out of sheet metal. So that could explain how they keep the price low. I don't think this is Yeah, I don't think this is machined out of aluminum. I think it's probably aluminum sheet metal that's been stamped into this shape. Kind of like how they make cheap cookware, or even expensive cookware, I guess, is also made that way. So, I mean, it's alright. It's not, maybe not ideal. So we might want to do something. One thing I noticed is there's kind of like some creaking because you've got this plastic main body of the keyboard that's kind of touching and rubbing against this outer metal sheath. So one of the things I think maybe we could do to improve the sound a little bit is we can probably put some little bit of caulk here and there between the shell and the plastic, just a little bit, just to keep that, just to try to reduce the amount of creaking that you get, that creaking sound. So now that bottom piece is off. There's a spring here, so that's a nice touch. They've grounded the bottom metal plate, so it's probably helpful. This is the USB plug. That's cool. And it doesn't come with a removable plug, not removable, you know, without taking it apart. So that's not like super ideal, but I mean it's this price range. I don't know if you can really expect anything more. So I need to take off the caps next, because I suspect probably gonna be some screws under these caps. Yeah, there they are. So there's probably some screws on the top side as well as the bottom. And sure enough, there they are. So there's how to separate this top metal piece from the bottom. We'll have to see in a minute here. Get all the caps off. Now I use plate mount stabilizers. We shall see if the quality is any good. I'm not expecting them to be good quality, but we'll see in a minute. If they're really bad, we'll replace them with GMK plate mount because I have extras of those. Not trying to spend a lot of money on this project, but actually trying to make it trying to stay in a certain budget. So this keyboard, I didn't mention before, came with, what should we call it? Hakko clear switches. Alright, so they're a tactile switch. I think they're like 70 grams or something like that. But to me, they feel pretty heavy. And I talked to the guy my father-in-law, who we're building this for. And I let him try a bunch of different switches in a switch tester. And the ones that he liked best were actually just a nice smooth linear that has a good bottom out sound. So he's a linear lover. He's not gonna want these switches here. So we're gonna switch swap it and put in some nice linears. I think with a Kailh linear stem, because those are the ones that he liked best. And I found them to be very smooth as well. The stems in particular. The Kailh linear stems. Now, I'm not sure if this is true for all of the Kailh linear stems, but I can tell for sure that the Kailh burgundy stems that I've used have been very smooth. So I'm hoping what I have here for this keyboard that I plan on using, unless plans change, is some Kailh Berry switches. So they're kind of like a Kailh burgundy, except for they're heavier. So I'm hoping that they'll be smooth, like the burgundies that I had. That would be nice. Okay. I really don't know what to expect here. But we'll take out these screws and see what happens. There sure are a lot of them. And I guess there have to be, because what we have here, once again, is a very thin, maybe a millimeter or so, 1.5 millimeter, something like that. Very thin sheet of aluminum. Actually, yeah, that's not more than a millimeter, I don't think, thick. So what we have is a rather thin sheet of aluminum on the outside, and the main structure of the keyboard is plastic. The structural body. And the metal is for looks on the outside. And I suppose you could say for durability, because it is anodized aluminum. And I suppose anodized aluminum, if it's a good anode job, should be more, maybe more rugged than plastic in some ways. I don't know though. I think it's kind of has its pros and cons, but it looks cool. Okay, so maybe this, I think this top piece is actually thicker than I thought. I think this top piece might be the typical 1.5 millimeter thickness that you usually see on a keyboard plate. That's what I'm thinking here. I think these screws probably attach the plastic piece, the plastic structural piece on the bottom here. I think that entire big old plastic thing is being held on by these screws. So I think when these screws come out, I think the plastic will fall off, and we'll see the PCB, and then we can be ready to desolder. That's my prediction here, but we'll see. Okay, get them all. A couple more here. Don't want to lose any of these. There's certainly not any kind of screw that I have any extras of. They are like a coarse thread type screw for wood or plastic, like self-tapping kind of a thing. Alright, keyboard, what now? What's next? Oh, missed one. Did I miss any others? That looks like suspiciously like a standoff, but I don't have access to the other side. What is holding you together now? Is there anything? I'll be. What is holding you together? Oh, tricky. There's actually a screw coming in from this side. Just one. Looks like. That I missed. I only see that one. So there's the one oddball screw right here that I think is going to a standoff. Yeah, it's a standoff in the metal plate. Okay. Good. Let's get this out of the way. So here's the most of the structure of the bottom of the case. Also acts as a light diffuser, so that's cool. The edge protrudes between the top and bottom metal pieces. Diffuses that light into the edge quite effectively. As you, I guess I didn't really show it, but yeah, it does a good job of diffusing that light. Alright, so here you have it. You have your basic plate mount switches. I see the PCB does not support PCB mount, unfortunately. Just, I say unfortunately because it would have made things easier for me if it, well, I guess we'll see. I typically like working with plate mount switches less. I prefer working with PCB mount switches because it's easier to get the switch alignment right. But we'll see if we have any trouble with that. It really depends on how tight the plate cutouts are. So if the switch cutouts in the plate are kind of loosey-goosey, you can get switch alignment problems. Which, for some reason, a lot of custom keyboards have loosey-goosey plates. Don't ask me why. But this one, I can't really tell. The switch is being soldered in. I can't really tell. But I have a good feeling about it. I think they're not going to be too loose, hopefully. We'll see in a minute. Gotta let my soldering iron warm up real quick. I'm using the ZD915 that I always use. It's a good soldering gun. Good desoldering gun, I mean. This is desoldering. We're removing solder. So it's about warmed up here. Let's give her a little ream out and we'll get started. Make sure we start clean. You know, just real quick here. I'm just looking at my settings. I guess it's fine. Alright. That's an interesting sound. I haven't heard quite that sound before. Let me just do a test here. Quick, see if that switch actually comes out. If I desoldered it well enough. Kind of looks like the switch pin here is maybe bent a little bit. Hope this isn't one of those where they bent each switch pin as they soldered the switch in. Alright, so I'm gonna have to be careful not to scratch up this pretty blue metal top. I'm getting good suction. Air filter looks a little iffy. A little bit clogged. Cooperate. Darnest time desoldering one of those pins. Hope they don't all take that much trouble. Oh, I see. Looks like we had quite a bit of solder going through to the other side of the PCB. And the solder, I might have to turn up my temperature a little bit. Seems like the solder is definitely some kind of a lead-free stuff. Definitely a little bit harder to remove than some. Interesting. Let's see how that one goes. Yeah, it's tough. Well, that's not very promising. If it's going to be like this the whole 104 switches. Interesting. Oh, well, let's see what we can do here. I'm gonna go run at a little higher temperature than usual. Hopefully that'll help. Get some tinning on my tip here. Yeah, that's a bit better. I think the higher temperature helps. Gotta show this. Gotta show these lead-free solder pads. Who's boss here? I'm actually going to increase the temperature a little more so this won't take as long. Just speed things up. So I'm going to go up to 410. Pressing harder helps, I'm noticing, to make sure your tip's got a good seal against that pad. Because you got to make sure that you can suck the solder all the way through from the other side. Oh dear. That one didn't go so well. Some of these are harder than others for some reason. See, like this one here. This one here, there's still solder on that other side. Odd. So one thing you can do, it's kind of a hassle and I don't want to have to do it, but I might have to on a few of these, is something you can do is you can, on the really stubborn ones, you can reflow some easier to work with solder into there, and then suction it out again. You can, you know, reflow some solder in there that's more user friendly, and then suction it out again. So like this one, it's not cooperating. I'll solder in some. I'll flow some good solder in there. Suction clean this time. So. Fortunately, that's most of them. The tool is sucking enough solder out, but every once in a while there's one where it won't, and I haven't figured out why yet. Like there's one. I don't know why that one didn't work. You know what? I have an idea. Huh. It's interesting. I wiggled the switch around a little bit and tried it again, and this time it worked. I think sometimes the switch might be too close enough up to the PCB on the top side of the PCB that it's blocking the airflow. Because if the solder sucker can't pull air through that hole from the top side, then it won't be able to suction the solder out of the hole. Does that make sense? Hopefully you get what I mean. If anyone watches this, hopefully they'll get my points. So like this one, when I try to suction it, it sounds like there's no airflow. So now I'm just gonna kind of wiggle the switch a little bit and do it again. And didn't really work this time. Let me try it again. Aha, got it that time. So I guess on some of these you just have to be persistent. So far this is looking like one of the harder boards to desolder that I've seen. It's still not as bad as the Wise board I desoldered. The Wise board, they had, when they assembled it, they, inserted each switch and bent the pins over. Bent the pin all the way over, like clamping the switch in place by bending the pin, and then soldered them. Yeah, that wasn't very fun to desolder. Or to straighten all those pins with needle nose pliers so that I could install them in a new keyboard in a different build. So that was annoying. So I guess this is still not as bad as that. Could be worse. It can always be worse. Where was I? Here. Slowly but surely. I don't know what kind of solder they use, but what specific alloy, but it's definitely making things a little tricky. Not really meant to be desoldered anyway, I'm sure. But, oh, hello, Sophia Wolf. Yeah, I'm just working on a gift for my father-in-law. This is a Hexgears Supernova. So I'm going to switch swap it. It came with Hako clears. And he likes light, smooth linears. So I probably will not be able to finish tonight. I'm just getting started on this rebuild. But eventually, maybe finish tomorrow or the next day or something. Eventually, the idea is to swap in some nice linears, some lubed linears, lubed, maybe even filmed, depending on. I haven't decided which switch housings yet to use. I have a couple ideas. I might use Pandas because he likes how they sound. I'm not sure how they sound in this keyboard though. So that's the plan. Switch swap to some good linears. It makes sense to use a plate mount switch because this board doesn't support PCB mount, so I'd have to clip the PCB pegs if I use any of my PCB mount switches. So probably use something from my collection, something that's already I'll probably use something that's already plate mount. Something from my collection. think I got that one. Getting awful dirty here. I think I quite got that one. see. So, one little surprise here. Standoff screw. Let's see, any more of those? Doesn't look like it. I think that was it. Okay, that one doesn't get desoldered all the way. Well, I guess I'll do the old remove one switch at a time routine, since they're not making it easy for me. Ooh boy. Sometimes I just want to go flying. Let me try this other puller and see if it works better. Nah, it's gonna be the same challenge either way. Just some of them didn't get desoldered perfectly. Boy. comes out now. Piece of cake. Wow. Oh boy. Really odd. Well, let's see. Let's see. Okay, well, have to redo some of these. few more left. Alright, done desoldering. I think that's actually all I'm going to do for tonight, I think, on this keyboard. Because I'm waiting on some switch parts that I'll probably use in this build. So, I think I'm just going to put a pin in it for now. So there's that. No damage. I don't see any scratches or any damage. That's good. We managed to get through that without any damage. Here's the PCB. So this PCB uses SMD LEDs, SMD RGB, meaning that that's going to limit the choice of which switches we can use because they have to be SMD compatible, SMD LED compatible, which shouldn't be a problem. I have some that I can use. No pads lifted, no damage traces or anything, so it should be smooth sailing for the switch swap. Now, as for these stabilizers, they are apparently an off-brand. These are not GMK stabilizers. So, if I'm going to this much trouble for a gift, I think I'll go ahead and swap in some GMK stabs while I'm at it. I'd hate to go to all that trouble, make someone, build a nice keyboard, and then the stabs end up being bad. So, I think I have a bunch of plate mount stabs. Now, I might change my mind if these look like they're good, but I wouldn't expect them to be. I mean, usually the GMK are just a lot better than anything else. I can already see, for example, that these stabs are lacking, like a GMK stabs, the hole that the wire goes into, it has a little plastic flange, a little plastic piece that almost looks like mold flashing, but it's there for a reason. When the wire goes in, it actually smashes that piece of plastic, and and that little thin piece of plastic conforms to the shape of the wire, so it minimizes the rattle of the stabs. So these don't have anything like that, meaning that they're going to rattle more than a GMK stab. Shoot, I'd probably just chuck these. They don't look like they're good stabs. They're not the worst. I mean, I've seen worse. But we'll go ahead and upgrade them to GMK while we're at it. I don't do a lot of plate mount builds anyways, so might as well I've got a bunch of plate mount stabs in my parts box, so I might as well use some. I'll clip them and lube them like I usually do. But for now, I'll just have these out here. And probably throw them in the trash. Alright. Well, there you have it. The little plastic piece that fell out, I think, probably has something to do with the LEDs. Yeah. It's an LED diffuser. Okay. Yeah, that all makes sense. And just get to bag. Don't lose any of these parts that go to keyboard. Wookies bag. Good little bags. I'm gonna have to call it a night for now, I think. But for next time, maybe a little preview. Let's see here. I think I'm going to use some of these. Probably going to use some of these. These are like a sample that I got. They are clear SMD RGB compatible pandas. So I've got that nice panda sound if you use them with the right kind of stem. So my plan is to do this. I'll show you. My plan is to use the Kailh Berry stem in the panda housing. So this is a Kailh Berry stem. Just kind of compare how that's going to sound in the panda housing. gonna have to think about this. I'll either a couple of ideas. I'll either go with the Panda housing, or what I might do, what I might do is I might go with some leftover halo housings that I have, because I think the Kailh housing sounds pretty good, but these Berry housings here are PCB mount, and I hate to waste them by clipping off all the legs, and the bottom part of the switch is black, which doesn't pass as much light through. The halo housings have a clear bottom, and they're already plate mount, so I don't have to clip the pegs. They're already disassembled. So, and I've got like a metric ton of those, whereas these clear Pandas are rare. So, and I think they sound pretty good. I think the Kailh housing with the Berry stem sounds nice. So that's probably what I'll do. And I'll lube the stems, and I'll use a nice medium viscosity lube. Nothing too thick, but also not too thin. Maybe like an MCG 110 or something, or 100. I mean, not 110. I might use like an MCG 100. And probably some light springs, like a 68 gram or less, 65, 62, something like that. Oh, I'm gonna have to call it a night, but thanks for tuning in, and we'll pick it up next round. Have a good one. So these are Kailh Berry switches. They're a linear Kailh switch that I will be harvesting the stems out of today. Let's see. So these stems look the same as Kailh Burgundy stems. I don't know if they're as smooth. My experience with Kailh Burgundy stems has been that they were very smooth, so I'm hoping to get the same smoothness out of these Kailh Berry stems. I'm using my Key Boss opener. This is the latch style opener. They have a different opener for MX style switches and latch style switches. So the Kailh Pro series of switches use a latch style top closure. So you have to use a different opener for those than you would for like a Cherry MX or a Gateron. Now these lower housings seem like they'd be pretty nice for like a budget build, because these Kailh Pro Series switches are pretty affordable. These housings are PCB mount, which makes switch alignment easier. Hello, Sophia Wolf, how's it going? Just disassembling some switches to get started on the hybrids that I'm going to make for my father-in-law's build. These are the Kailh Berry linear switches. I'm using my keyboss opener to pop them open. I really like this opener, although I have to say I've only tried 2 switch openers for latch style switches like this. I've tried this one, and I tried a 3D printed opener, which is here. So the 3D printed opener works okay. mean, it pretty much works just as well, but since it's not metal, I find that over time the edges start to get a little bit bent out of shape. They start to get a little bit worn or bent or dulled, and then I have to kind of bend or shave the plastic to get it back into a good working shape. Whereas this key boss opener, it's made out of aluminum, so it's not going to wear out the way the 3D printed opener does wear out. But you can, I've so far been able to get it to fix it and get it working again, but this key boss opener is metal and doesn't require any maintenance. So once I got this one, that's all I use now for latch style and for MX. I have one for MX and one for latch style switches, and they work so well that I don't touch my other openers anymore. I think it's a good investment if you're going to do a lot of builds, if you're going to open a lot of switches. I think if I was someone who was only going to do this once or twice, it might not be worth it, because I didn't really start having problems with the 3D printed opener until after I had opened at least a whole keyboard of switches. So I think it depends on how much you're going to use it. It kind of reminds me of like some of the cheap tools that you get from Harbor Freight. Not as well made, but for somebody who's going to do that job only once, and they just need that tool one time, it saves them a lot of money. But since this is an ongoing hobby for me, and I expect to continue, I've taken a lot of switches apart, and many hundreds of switches. So for me, it is worth it. And for anyone, I think, who's going to do multiple builds, it would be worth it. Although I feel like it's still kind of a matter of opinion, because, for example, if you just have a razor blade, you can, how much does a razor blade cost? A few cents? You can open switches with something like this. You don't even need a special tool. It takes longer, but not much longer. For latch style I find it's funny, because I've heard people complain that latch style switches are harder to open. I think they're actually easier to open, because you don't really need any as specialized of a tool to open these. Like MX housings, you can, if you need to, you can open them with tweezers or with 2 screwdrivers. But latch style is even easier. You can open them with a razor blade like I'm doing here. This is what I think is the easiest alternative. You can open them with your fingernails. It's not really easy, but you can do it. Oops, I keep getting the other side pop back into place before. See, like this? Just open with my fingernails. If you don't like using your fingernails, you can use a small screwdriver. The possibilities are endless when it comes to latch style switches. You can, if you have some fingernails, you don't even need a tool at all. But I'm sure you can see that it's not as fast. It's a little bit slower. So I think if you're going to do hundreds and hundreds of switches, you have to think about, not only do I need this tool, but also, what is my time worth? So if it's going to take you a lot longer to open switches with your fingernails, then it might not be worth it for you. It might be better off spending some money on a good opener. Or you could, some people, it actually hurts their fingers to do that. So if you don't have strong fingers, that might not be a good option. Now, these are the stems I'm going to use in the build. So I need to separate them out from the springs. And set the spring aside. This is a rare earth magnet. Need a little baggie for the springs. I think I have one around here. Now just gently pull the springs off. Don't want to bend them. Just gently pull them off the magnet. Is that all of them? Yep. So now we're down to just the springs. Let's see if I have another baggie. Just bag all this up. Put these away. So I'm not going to use any of the. I'm not going to use the springs, or the housings, or the tops in this build. So I just need to put them away safe for later. Because I might use them in the future. I haven't decided yet. So those are the unused parts for storage. Now, go ahead and put the stems in here where I'll lube them. I'm not going to lube them right now. I'm just going to keep them safe. Now let's see here. Here's the switch whose housing I'm going to use. I'm going to do something kind of special today. These are clear pandas. They're pandas with a milky bottom and a clear top. Now these switches need an MX style opener. Now in this case, I think you really should use a quality opener. So these are not something you can easily do with your fingernails, for example. You can use SMD tweezers like this. You can prop the legs on one side. You can prop the legs on one side, pinch that side with your fingers so it doesn't close on you, and then prop the legs on the other side. However, it's kind of a slow process. I find it works better with the cheaper tweezers that are made of harder metal. My more expensive SMD tweezers are actually made of a softer stainless steel that gets bent up too easily. So you can do the tweezer method on these if you don't want to buy a nice opener, and it works fine, as you can see. However, the key boss opener, I think we'll find, is faster. The only thing that can be difficult with some switches is some switches, such as Panda's, the bottom housing clips in so tightly into the opener that it takes some effort to remove it from the opener when you're done. So that's the only downside to this tool, I think. But it's more about the switches, the tolerances of the switch itself, because if I do this with some switches, they come out of the opener easily. So I don't think if I was doing Gateron, for example, I don't think I would have a hard time. So these are really cool, aren't they? Wow, how did I do that? I got mixed up with which side was tops and which side was bottoms. So I need to sort these real quick. Glad that I caught it now and not later. And it would take longer to fix. Okay. I was just saying these clear Pandas are pretty cool looking. Pretty neat. You've got that signature Panda leaf. Pretty cool. Pretty cool switches. I didn't get bento. Are you talking to me? What's up, Cleverline? You talking about a bento box? Or GMK bento? No, I didn't get bento. Is there something in the picture that looks like bento? Oops. Oh, extras. Cool. GMK bento, is it? Nice, nice. I don't think I have any extra halo stems. The halo stems I have are all planned for builds. I wish I would have bought extras when they were available, but I only kind of bought as many as I thought I would need for my upcoming builds that I have planned. I didn't realize Drop would stop selling them. That's a bummer. Get this springs out of there. Yeah, I thought Metropolis looked pretty cool. I joined Metropolis. I wanted a kind of a dark set, something dark with bold colors. Okay, let's see here. Now I need to decide what springs I'm going to use for this build. Probably some of my Sprits. Let's see what I've got here. These would be good. These would be good. We'll go light on this build. Oh, hey Texkey. Hope you're enjoying your travels. Sounds fun. There it is. Either I miscounted or there's only 98. Let me check again. Okay, there's 100. Oh. Hello, stem in blue ink. Cool. That's awesome. I haven't tried the blue inks yet. So, this is a full-size keyboard, so it needs about 104. So I'm gonna put one heavier spring, or I'm gonna do like for the stabilized keys, longer, heavier springs for those. Slightly heavier. Let's see here. Hi.
I'm not watching this fun games. Only it's not because I want to watch this fun games.
Oh, what are you watching now?
No, just playing games. It's only song.
What's that?
It's only song. I'm.
Oh, you don't like
What?
you don't like what's on?
Mm-mm.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these spacebar, backspace, shift, and enter. I'm gonna go ahead and put 68 gram instead. Set these aside. So this stuff thickens as it dries, and I put it at an angle so that while it's more runny, if there's too much excess, it'll run off. So I just set it somewhere at an angle to rest. Now, I'll get these lower housings ready for assembly in my switch mod station. IKBC, yeah, those IKBC. Is there an IKBC full size? I don't know if there's. I've seen the IKBC 80 MF87, I think, the TKL. So these are clear Panda housings. They're from a China group buy. They weren't. I don't think they've been sold to the US, but I was able to get some samples from a friend, and since I helped him out with some testing and reviews and stuff, and so I was able to get some of these. Since they were a gift, it seems only appropriate to pay it forward, so they're going to be a gift from me to my father-in-law. The stems are Kailh Berry stems. So they're kind of like Kailh Burgundy, except the Kailh Berry has a heavier spring. So I don't think the stem is going to be any different other than the color. It's a darker colored stem. So these will be a really unusual switch. It'll be interesting to see how they sound and how they feel. I don't think there won't be any other switches like this in the world, I don't think. I don't think anyone else has made clear Panda, Kailh Berry hybrids. I doubt that very much. And before I get to lubing the stems, I do need to do a quick experiment and to help me decide which lube I'm going to use, because I have 3 different viscosities, and these are light springs that I'm using, so I need to make sure that the smoother, higher viscosity lube isn't going to make the switch feel too sluggish, especially since they have light springs. So once I get these popped in, I'm going to do a quick little assessment of the 3 lubes that I have and make a decision which one to use, because we want them to be buttery, but we don't want them to be noticeably sluggish or to have any problems with sticking or anything like that. Since they're linears, I think it's less likely for us to have a problem with sticking. With, we're probably not going to have any issues with return. Yes? Okay, well, you know how to use the remote, right? Or do you need help? Can you do it on the remote? Push the push the back button. It's like an arrow. Yeah, you can pick something else. It's okay. Go ahead. My daughter's watching TV in the other room. Mom was taking a nap. Hey Esther, do you want to come see what I'm doing? Do you want to see what I'm doing? I'm in the guest room. Hello.
What is it?
I'm putting together some switches for Grandpa's keyboard for his birthday.
I need your help. I don't want to watch that.
Okay, come on. You don't want to help me with this? Oh yeah, you finally gonna get your Krytox? That's cool. Was he backed up or something? Have a big backlog of orders? You said he finally sent your lube? I guess he must have had a lot of orders or something. Okay, so here's one. Sorry, earlier I said 100, I meant 110. I have 110, 195, and 171 to choose from. So, in order of viscosity, it goes 171, 110, and 195. I got these from ECL Lubes. The company. direct as engineering samples, because I'm doing some testing that is gonna help figure out which work best for switches, so that hopefully some of the vendors, like Novel Keys or somebody, hopefully will stock one of these if we think that they work better, or if we think it's worth something that people will want to use on their keyboards. Okay, where did I set that? So I'll get one of these. Load the brush, try to load it evenly. So this middle one, the 110, is a grade 0, which is nice. Makes it easier to apply, in my opinion. Well, I guess in a lot of people's opinions, grade 0 is kind of the hot grade to use. Most people like. I'm cleaning the brush between when I switch lubes. I have not used a Leopold keyboard, no. I've heard they have really good keycaps though. don't feel any noticeable sluggishness with the thick stuff. So I think I'll be alright using the higher viscosity lube as long as I make sure not to apply too much of it. So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I've heard the double shot. I've heard Leopold double shot PBT caps are like about as good as you can get. That's what I've heard from some people. I haven't actually tried it myself though. But I've heard that when it comes to PBT, they're top notch. Yeah, I would try them if you have a chance. I wish I could see some in person, but I've seen pictures and they look good. Sound like they're good quality. Sound like they're good stuff, from what I've heard. Oh, does it? It's an interesting sound, huh? What kind of sound? That's cool. Sounds pretty cool. Just thought of something. This extra step I might want to do here. I think actually this is not really necessary unless it's tactile. I think I'll skip this modification. Putting grease behind the leaf. Sometimes on tactile stems the leaf can be noisy, but I don't think that'll be a problem with these linears. So I think I'll skip that. It's a lot of extra work. I mean, it's not a ton of extra work, but I don't think it'll make a difference on this build, on these switches. Esther, do you need help? What you doing? Oh, you getting a snack? Call me if you need anything, Esther. check something here. Okay. Oh, cool. What keyboard was it that you sent me? The sound test of. Ah. FC660M. Cool. Nice thing about these springs, these are the Sprit slow curve springs, so they're longer, they have more preload, so the force between when you start pressing and bottom out is more consistent. There's not as much difference between how hard it is to bottom out versus how hard it is to hit actuation. It's kind of cool, kind of interesting. Some people like it, some people don't. It's the same effect as like Gateron yellows have. It's like the Gateron yellow effect, except these are lighter springs than those. These are even lighter than Gat yellows. These are a 55 gram slow curve spring. They should be really nice and fast. Fun to type on, I think. Hopefully. I have to set these aside. Time to load the tub with some lube. I'll try this much. It's probably more than I need, but I want these to be really buttery. Alright, that's a lot. Hope it's not too much. But one thing is that I've noticed with the Kailh Burgundy stems and the Kailh Berry stems is that when you use them with Panda housings, they're somehow harder to overlube. Like, I don't know if it's because the tolerances are looser, but they're not as sensitive to overlubing. They don't get sluggish as easily as some linears do. Like if you put a little too much lube on, they're less likely to get sluggish than a different stem. So I'll be right back. I gotta shake these, it's gonna be really loud. So I'll be back in a jiff. Alright. 5 minutes straight of hard shaking. Hopefully that'll do the job. We shall see. Let's take a look here. They look kind of frosty. Hi.
I was putting in here so I can get my
Oh, are they in here?
Yeah.
Are you gonna take a nap?
Oh no.
Oh. Let's look at one of these stems. So, I don't see any dry spots. So I think they're good. Let's see how... Let's put a couple in the switches, make sure they feel okay. Make sure they're not over lubed. Because we're going for a buttery feel for this build. We don't want it to feel too sluggish. And there's, if they feel sluggish, lube can be removed. So we'll just check it out here. No, they don't feel sluggish at all. Phew, great. They feel great and they sound great. So that's good. Can move on. I went a little heavy on the lube this time. But since I know Panda housings with Kailh linear stems can take a lot of lube, I figured it would be safe to do that in this case. Normally I would be lighter on the lube than this. This part's always a bit of a pain. Putting the stems on. Don't want to grab them with my fingers because I don't want to contaminate the lube job. So I have to be very careful how much I touch them at all. I ended up going with the 195, the highest viscosity, which works out if you're doing linears with Panda housings and Kailh linear stems. They can take a lot of lube without feeling sluggish. So even though they're only 55 gram springs, I figured it'd be a safe bet, and I think it feels pretty good. And I like the idea of having a higher viscosity lube for linears like this, because linears like these, because I feel like it's more likely to stay in place over time. I don't know. And I feel like it's more likely to cover up any roughness and imperfections, because that's kind of the idea with as you go higher viscosity, your lube is better able to smooth over irregularities in the surface, while at the same time inducing more drag. It's kind of a trade-off. But in this case, I find that these Panda housings with Kailh linear stems are less sensitive to drag, they seem to be less sensitive to lube than some linears Like Teleos, for example, are more sensitive to lube, I find. Like, you can make them feel sluggish easier. So I went ahead and went with the thickest, not thickest, the highest viscosity, the 195. Which I'm gonna see if everything turns out well and the keyboard works well and I like it, then I'm gonna try that same lube on some other builds, some other linears, like see how it does on cherry blacks, like retooled blacks. And if I get good results with it on a few builds, I'll definitely try to encourage one of our vendors to stock it. See what they think. You know, I've had a few people tell me that they've tried tub lubing stems by shaking them, and that they didn't like the results because they couldn't get consistency. So I've had a couple people tell me that, but I'm not sure if they're doing it the way I'm doing it. So I went in the other room because it's very loud. So when I do it, I shake them very hard for like a minimum of 5 minutes. And I shake it very hard and very fast for like at least 5 minutes straight. I don't know if other people are doing it that way. And then I inspect them. I inspect the stems up close and I look to see if they look like they have dry spots on the rails, or if it's patchy, like lube in some places and other places not having lube. And if I see anything like that, I shake it more, I shake them longer and harder. And so generally I don't have those kind of problems, where generally when I do this technique, when I inspect the stems, they look like they all have about the same kind of distribution of lube on them. So I kind of, no offense to other people who've tried it, but I kind of suspect technique could be the problem with people who've not had good results doing this. Could be a matter of technique. Or, you know, some people say, well, I tried it, but I used a bag. Yeah, well, I don't use a bag anymore, and I don't recommend a bag, and I don't. So if you use a bag and you don't get good results, it doesn't really reflect anything on my method, because that's not my method. You know what I'm saying? You know, so it's not the way I do it. I don't use a bag. So if you use a bag, you do it at your own risk, because I can't really say what kind of results you'll get. I think the bag was just something that it was first. People did bag lubing first. Like, I guess Koreans were doing it, and Wodan sort of made it more well known in the West. And Wodan advocated bag lubing, and then I tried it and made what I feel is an improvement on the technique by switching to a plastic tub instead of a bag. So I suppose well, most of these lubes aren't super sensitive to temperature. Most of them, like one of the selling points of Krytox is that it doesn't change viscosity hugely based on temperature. Like there's some change, but it's not going to be like it's not going to go from being like super thick to super runny just from your body temperature. Because that's one of the selling points of like Vaseline, for example. It can be, you know, it can look like Jello when it's cold. It can be completely hard, and then you put it in your hand for a minute and it's liquid. So Krytox is not supposed to be like that. Krytox is supposed to be a lot less sensitive to temperature, where it just kind of, you could heat it up on the stove and it's still going to not be that much different. So I wouldn't worry too much about heat, like body heat. And I did notice something funny when when I shake these for 5 minutes straight, shaking them for so long actually builds up heat in the container from all the friction of all that friction with those stems hitting each other thousands of times, maybe even millions of little micro collisions. It actually builds up. The tub feels warm when you're done. It feels it actually feels warmer than body temperature when you're done because of the friction of the shaking. But I haven't seen it damage any stems yet. One of these days I'll have to make a video of me doing the shaking so you can see how hard I shake it. I shake it as hard as I can. And I also smack some of the time while I'm shaking, I smack the container into my other hand to make a more abrupt collision between the stems and the wall of the container, to try to fling the grease into the little cracks better, because I want the grease to make its way into all the little nooks and crannies of the stem, especially like the little nooks and crannies of the slider, and I want it to get up to get on that stem post in the middle, which is a little bit protected. It's kind of shielded a little bit, so it takes a lot of collisions to get good coverage on those parts that are partially shielded, because that means that in order for the lube to get up on the stem where it's kind of hidden, for it to get on that post, that means one of the other switch posts, one of the other small pieces of the switch, like a post maybe, that already has lube on it, has to happen to go up underneath the stem there to wipe some of the lube off. So the way, the whole mechanism is, the way the lube gets distributed is all about these little collisions where maybe you have more lube on two surfaces colliding with each other, like two different stems, for example, two different parts of stems hitting each other, and maybe one of them has more lube on it than the other, and then when they collide, usually about the same amount of lube rubs off, so that you end up putting some of the lube onto the one that has less lube on it. Kind of reminds me of osmosis with water, or with not water, but chemistry. Kind of reminds me of osmosis. You have a lower concentration and a higher concentration in the stuff migrating. So with this shake lubing, the part that has more lube on it hitting a part that has less lube on it tends to equalize somewhat, rub some of it off onto the other part, and then that repeats thousands and thousands of times over, and you end up with pretty, not perfect, but you end up with a pretty even distribution of lube on all the surfaces. So the point that I've made many times is, if you lube with a paintbrush, if you lube the stems with a paintbrush, you can't really make sure that you can't really, unless you sit there and look at it really closely and go really, really slow, it's hard for a human being to make sure that he's applying the same amount to each stem. You can get pretty consistent, obviously, but I think people maybe overestimate how consistent they are with the brush, because it's really easy with the brush. Like, let's say you only dip your brush in the lube every other stem. Odds are the first stem you lube is going to have more lube on it than the second one, because your brush is going to be drier the second time. So unless you're doing some ritual, which you probably should be doing, which is what I do when I paintbrush lube, but unless you're doing some ritual where you load the brush a certain way before you do each stem, you're probably not going to get consistent coverage. And even if you do that, it's not that easy to get consistent coverage on the entire stem, because when you first start applying, your brush has more lube on it than when you are finishing up. So let's say you lube the post last. Well, your brush is drier by the time you lube the post, so it's not going to be that easy to get really consistent coverage. So I just think consistency with paintbrush lubing is not as easy as people think. They think, oh, I'm not going to tub lube because paintbrush lubing is more consistent. Well, I'm not sure that it is more consistent in and of itself. you can make it more consistent if you're very good at it. Is everyone very good at paintbrush lubing? Not necessarily. Plenty of people do it poorly and end up with inconsistent results anyway. So that's why I think the advantage of paintbrush lubing is smaller than people say. But if you're dedicated and practice it, get good at it, meticulous and skilled, then I agree you can get really nice consistent results with the paintbrush. It's just not guaranteed. It doesn't come automatically that just because you paintbrush lubed you're going to have a more consistent coverage. It doesn't work that way. I think the real question is, the real question I think is, if you're really good at paintbrush lubing, can you get better consistency than someone who's really good at tub lubing? Probably. Yeah, I would say probably yes. But once again, is everyone really good at paintbrush lubing? Not necessarily, no. Some people are good at it, some people aren't. So I think whichever method you choose, you need to do it right. You need to be meticulous. You need to be careful and try to really do a good job if you want to get good results. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I don't know. That would be really interesting to have someone very carefully do a tub lubing job, try to be really meticulous, try to do a really good job with the tub lubing method, and have someone do the same thing with the paintbrush lubing method, and see if someone could pick out which was more consistent. That would be a really, really interesting blind test to do. Now, I like doing blind tests, but that's not a blind test that I would do myself because I'm actually not that experienced at paintbrush lubing. I've done it a few times, but I wouldn't consider myself an expert at paintbrush lubing, so I don't think I could do that experiment by myself. I would need, I think I would need to have someone who's known to be really good at paintbrush lubing, and maybe take the same switches and have one guy who's really good at paintbrush lubing do a batch of the exact same switch, and then have someone do a batch of the same switch with the tub lube method, and then have an impartial judge. Actually, they don't even have to be impartial. As long as they don't know which one's which, as long as it's a blind test, you just have some people compare and see if one batch feels more consistent than the other. I almost feel like you would need to do a whole keyboard, wouldn't you? If you wanted to really test this theory, it seems like you'd need to take two identical keyboards with identical switches and have somebody who's really good at paintbrush lubing do one keyboard, and then have someone good at tub lubing do the other, and then just have someone judge, say, which one do you think feels more consistent, which one do you think feels subjectively better, what are your observations, just compare the two and see what they think. I think it'd be kind of cool. And I feel like you'd want to have multiple judges do this test too, because one person might, for example, maybe the paintbrush guy puts a little bit more lube on. Like maybe we didn't agree, like if we didn't agree on the rules, like how much lube do you want? Like, do you want a heavy coat? Do you want a really, really light coat? So it could be that one guy applies more lube than the other guy. So one guy might say, well, I don't like this keyboard because it feels over lubed. Well, guess what? You can over lube with a paintbrush. You can over lube with a tub. You can also under lube with a tub or a paintbrush. So you can apply less lube with either method, whether it's a tub or a paintbrush. You can still apply less lube. So I think you would also need to you'd need to try to standardize You know, how heavy of a lube job are we talking about here? On a stem only, stem springs, spring. Yeah. So here's the problem with the. So if what you're suggesting, if you want to do a comparison when you're lubing multiple parts of the switch, I don't. I only tub lube the stem. I don't have any other shortcuts for lubing the housing. So when I go, or the switch top. So when I lube the switch tops and the switch bottoms, I actually just use a paintbrush. I do it the way the slow painstaking paintbrush method. I haven't figured out any really shortcut to that. I didn't want to do that on these switches though, because I just think it'd be overkill for these. I like to do that on something where, if I'm going to be really OCD about the smoothness, like if I'm doing silent switches or something, sometimes I'll lube the tops or the bottoms or both and the stem. But most of the time I feel like I can get results that feel good, and I'm happy with just lubing the stem. But I have done a few batches of switches where I lubed the bottom and the top. I've done other batches. Just recently I did a batch just the other day where I lubed the stem and the top but not the bottom. Or I've done batches where I lubed just the leaf and the stem and the top but not the rails of the switch bottom. You lube different. Huh. Oh yeah. So do you feel like the lube spreads easier on the Zeal switch housings? I'm not sure about this, but it seems to me like cherry, retooled black housings, I feel like the lube doesn't spread around as easy. What have been your findings about which housings spread the lube easier? Curious what your experience has been. Oh, transparent switches can be easily overlubed. You mean like Zeal, for example? Yeah, I've thought that too. That it's Zeal switches. I have to be more careful not to make them sluggish. I wonder if it has anything to do with how smooth the surface is. Like, you know how there's like a surface tension that can happen if you have two surfaces that are very smooth? Yeah, like the less pitting. It's like if you have, it's like the way a suction cup works, you know? Like a suction cup, it kind of seals. Like if you lick it, it seals harder against the surface. So it's kind of like you got these two really smooth, kind of soft, like the plastic is also a little bit softer, I've noticed. You got these two really smooth surfaces rubbing against each other. You put a little bit of lube between them and they're like perfectly smooth, and that lube is like creating almost like a suction cup effect, making the switch feel sluggish. That's what it feels like to me. That's why I feel like you have to really watch how much lube you put on those Zeal housings, or else they can end up feeling sluggish. Because usually the stem is really smooth, but usually the housing, like if you have a cherry housing, it's usually got like a surface, very fine grained kind of surface irregularities or pitting or something, whatever it is, maybe porous, whatever it is. You can feel it. It's almost like that very fine texture to the plastic. You know, another thing, nylon housings such as cherry have something that Zeal housings don't have. You know, the Zeal switch bottoms, the nylon that cherry bottoms are made out of has glass fibers embedded in it, mixed in the plastic. It's glass fiber reinforced nylon. Zeal housings do not have glass fibers in them, the switch bottoms. And you can actually feel it if you take your average black switch bottom, like from Cherry Switch or something, if you like take the edge of it and kind of rub the edge of your tooth against it, you can feel almost like a crunchy. You can feel the glass fibers in the plastic if you kind of rub your tooth against it. If you do the same thing with like a transparent Zeal housing, it feels almost like rubber. There's no crunchiness at all. So you can tell that there are not glass fibers in there. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool. You can detect that difference in the texture of the plastic. The Cherry switch bottom has a texture to the plastic. Oh, transparent Cherry. Yeah, I haven't really worked with the transparent Cherry housings. Somebody told me when I was kind of newer to the hobby, somebody told me that they're not good, that they feel really scratchy. So I just have avoided them, like the Cherry RGB housings, if that's what you're talking about. Or are we still talking about like Zeal housings? Because the ones from Cherry I haven't really worked with, because I was advised that the Cherry RGB housings were not great and that best avoided. Oh yeah, Cherry Silent Reds, yep. Were they RGB Silent Reds though? Or just did they have the black housings, or did they look like these? See, these look like the Cherry RGBs. They got like the milky plastic bottom and the clear top, like a Cherry RGB. Speaking of which, we don't know a heck of a lot about the plastic that Bsun uses for their Pandas, but it feels like it has fiberglass in it, like it has glass fibers. So I think it's probably the same kind of, it's probably glass reinforced nylon of some kind. It's just interesting because nylon can mean a lot of things, right? There's different blends of nylon. So something about Pandas, I don't know if it's more the plastic formulation or if it's more the shape of the mold or what it is, but something about Pandas gives them that unique sound that nothing else sounds like a Panda, really. Nothing that I've found. I haven't found any other switch housings that sound the same. I think it was Cleverline was saying that the blue ink housings, I think you were saying they sound similar to Holy Pandas with Halo Sims in them. So that's cool. Makes me want to try those. So now this step, I'm just trying to work in the lube a little bit while I've got the switches all in the switch holder here. Well, that's cool. You can see the bottom, the center posts of the stems bottoming out. I think that's kind of neat. You can see where they, see, like right here. It's kind of cool. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. Most switch manufacturers have a different leaf. They either use a different shaped leaf for their clickies, or else sometimes they have the same leaf shape, but they bend it differently. So in the case of Cherry, if you take a Cherry linear housing and you compare it to a Cherry clicky housing, the leaf looks visually the same except for the bend, the angle of the bend. They bend the leaf so that it sticks out like they don't bend it into as much of a U shape. So if this is the leaf and this is the part that touches the stem and it bends over like this, so it's spring loaded, so it's rubbing the stem and springing back. The linear switches, they bend it over more into almost a U shape so that it's not exerting as much pressure when you compress that spring. The clicky switches, they bend it less so it sticks out more. so it's more springy. That way that's why Holy Chickies feel more tactile than if you put halo stems in a cherry black housing, for example. It's not that cherry is using the same metal piece for the leaf, they're just bending it differently for the clicky switches. And so I think when I took apart some Gaterons, I saw the same thing. The clicky Gateron leaf looked like it had a different bend to it. So that would explain what you're encountering, I think. In fact, it was even more than that. I used halo stems in Gateron milky housings one time. Actually, in this keyboard here, this one has milky Gat housings from Gat greens, and I tried putting a few of the halo stems in milky housings from a linear Gat switch. So linear Gat housing, linear milky Gat housing versus a clicky milky Gat housing. And the ones that I put in the linear housing, not only did they feel less tactile, they actually were chattering. They actually didn't even work right. There was some switch chatter. So I think it's definitely a good idea to avoid using, if you want a lot of tactility, you should avoid using linear housings. Except Pandas, of course. Pandas are funny. Pandas are like the exception, right? They've got this, they're designed as a linear switch, but they've got this super aggressive leaf. It's like high tactility leaf, so it's like, well, I guess Bsun was new to making keyboard switches, so maybe they didn't think about that. Maybe they just wanted to use the same leaf for tactiles and linears. But whatever the reason, that's the happy accident that gave us Holy Pandas. Yeah, I'd like to hear it'd be great to hear your holy blue inks, whatever you're calling them, blue angels, something like that. It'll be fun to hear those, because that sounds like a really cool looking combo too, like very aesthetic. The blue housings are really cool looking. I wanted to order some, but they're so dang expensive. I just didn't. Maybe some other time. Well, yep. I think these are ready to put in the keyboard. So that'll be fun. We can give them a listen. Give them a quick listen here on the switch modding station. It's not gonna really. Holy blue octopus. Yeah. It's not gonna tell us how they're gonna sound in the keyboard, but I think everything sounds better in my switch tester because it's this, whatever, 8mm thick of acrylic or whatever. But I think they sound pretty good. I think that's gonna sound really cool as long as I do a good job on the rest of the build. They should sound nice. They definitely feel nice. Wow, they feel amazing. Oh, these are gonna feel so nice to type on. Very smooth and sound nice. So, and we'll probably try to help him upgrade his keycaps later on. Those are done. Put those aside. I think the next thing I want to tackle for this build is I want to do some sound deadening on this top plate, because I mean, it seems like you got a lot of potential here for sounding bad. I suppose I can get started on that. No time like the present. Actually, I better make sure I don't have any work emergencies. Check my email real fast. You know, it's funny, the looks of a switch. What does it matter how a switch looks? It's kind of an interesting question, I think, because it seems like in theory it seems like in theory it shouldn't matter too much how a switch looks because it's hidden all the time, right? But in reality, we all enjoy using switches that look cool. Kind of interesting. I don't remember which way these go. I need to remind myself. Oh yes, that's right. Okay, so the side cutout. Okay, opposite the side cutout is where the wire sits. Do one up top here. Yeah, when you take it apart to clean the caps, you get to look at your cool switches. Well, I suppose cool looking switches are useful for karma on Reddit when you share pictures of your keyboard. Don't know if you guys do that. I like to share pics of my builds. Get that sweet approval of random strangers. Not into showing off your keyboards online. Okay, let's see if I have enough here. Actually, I don't think there's enough here. I'm going to use this other tube. This is better stuff anyway. Better quality. I'm going to use this Loctite brand 595 SI 595 CL, whatever that means. It's silicone adhesive. I'm going to make a small change here. Change of plans. I'm going to put this up higher and make sure it's out of the way of these LEDs. But this part I'll go ahead and put closer to the switch. Hey buddy, what you doing?
I need a drink.
You need a drink? Okay. Right back.
Sorry, you're as present as I can.
What?
That's
You want to
why
say hi to the video I'm making? Say hi.
Who?
Do you want to say hi while I get your drink?
Who?
Why don't you sing a song or something?
Who?
It's just some of my friends.
So
Say hi.
who is it?
Nobody you know.
Do you know him?
Kind of. Do you want to come with me to get a drink? Or do you want to talk on the camera?
Can I just
You want to stay here or come with me?
Gosh.
Okay. Let's get your drink. That's cute. My daughter's usually interested in keyboard stuff, but not this time. This time she's enjoying the show that she's watching. Doesn't wanna be distracted from her show. Oh, I didn't do a typing test of the inks lubed yet because I haven't lubed them yet. I will though. I'll post it as soon as I get around to it. As soon as I get around to lubing them, I'll post the video. Just been crazy busy lately. Sometimes life gets super busy. I wasn't feeling too well, so I kind of took a mental health today. I've been doing a little bit of work from home for my job and doing a little bit of keyboard stuff. But mostly I've been very busy with work and with other real life issues, problems. So I haven't gotten around to lubing those yellow inks yet. But I plan on it. It'll be cool. Maybe I'll use the same stuff. Maybe I'll use this 195. You know what? I probably won't, because like we were talking about earlier, they're one of those kind of housings that's, you know, the clear plastic, or, you know, mostly clear. They might be one of those housings that might be easy to overloop them, you know. So I think I might not use this lube that I used today. I'll probably try my light stuff on the inks, just to make things easier for myself. I think it'll be more foolproof if I use a lower viscosity lube. It'll be harder to mess it up. And those inks, are they more stable? Stable like at the top of the travel, or at the bottom out, or I'm not sure how you mean. I would say that they feel more stable at the top a little bit. And I think that dust-proof housing has something, or not, sorry. I meant they feel more stable at the bottom. And I think that's probably due to the dust-proof housing. Or stem, I mean, dust-proof stem. There's a lot of support. The stem has a lot of support. More than the usual housing, I would say. I don't think it's like, I think they feel like they have less wobble, yes, but it wasn't something that really like blew me away. Like it wasn't super noticeable to me, but maybe for someone who's sensitive to wobble, they might notice it more. I thought they felt less wobble, though. I do think they did. That they felt like they had less wobble. And I know some people have said they felt less smooth than the black or smoke creams, but to me it feels like that's true. But it feels like when I lubed a couple of them, they felt the smoothness felt on par with the other inks. So I think lube can solve that problem pretty easily. Like if you lube them, you probably won't notice any problems with roughness. I don't really know how much difference what I'm doing here makes on this keyboard, but I think it will, because this top plate is really large and quite thin and very prone to like resonating. So I suspect what I'm doing here will help it sound better. Yeah, it made a difference on the K-type, so that's why I'm trying it. Okay. Set that aside for a bit to dry. Looks pretty good. Hmm. White yolks. White yolk pandas, yeah. Why do you suppose? Just to avoid the controversy? Why do we not? Why are there no white yolks? Oh. Oh, yeah, they would look like creams. It's true. Alright, set this aside to set up. Let's see. Need seven sets of plate mount stabs. I'm gonna have to reuse the wire from the space bar because I don't think I have a 6U stab wire. Oh, hey, Blammy boy, thanks for the sub. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Twitch Prime. Yeah, I use Twitch Prime. It's pretty cool. You get the one sub included with your Prime membership. It's awesome. Let's see, 1, 2. I think I have enough plate mount stabs, if I can find them. If not, I do have a backup plan. I have some vintage stabs I can use if I have to, but I'd rather save them for different builds. Okay, here's some. Oh, thanks. Glad you liked it. One. Two. So I need 3 more setups. 3 more plate mount setups. Hey, bud.
Mom said I can have a Johnny Pop.
I'm not sure if I believe you, because Mom's asleep.
Mom?
Isn't she?
Mom told me when she was asleep.
She talked in her sleep?
Yeah. So I can have a book? The mom said that first.
setups.
Really didn't believe me. Totally didn't believe me.
I don't know, I'm a little skeptical. Okay, so I need 3 more stems. Okay. Okay, we're set. Set for stabs.
But Mama believed in me. She believed in me so I can have a popsicle.
A popsicle?
Yeah. She said that.
Well, it's okay with me. Just one though, okay?
I need
Only one. Yeah, only one.
Yeah. Mama said I can have one. And I said I can't have one. And you only want one.
You said you could have one. Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, one sec. Let me just finish getting my stuff straight here.
I'll watch TV while you do that.
Alright, I'll just be a minute.
Whenever you're done.
Alright. Ooh, sticky stabs. These have been over-lubed. These stabs here. One of these stabilizers from my parts bin is from a long time ago when I was just getting started learning all this stuff, and it's lubed with like a Permatex, you know, like a dielectric grease, and it's really kind of nasty. Cleaning it up a little bit. I don't use Permatex is fine, but it's not my preference. I don't use it anymore. I just use other stuff. There. Yeah, on the wheel weights, yeah, I plan on putting some in this one. Yeah, if there's room, I will. Don't actually know yet if there's room for wheel weights. Remains to be seen. Hi.
Really bad headache. I felt like I could have slept for another 2 hours.
You can sleep longer if you want.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I thought I was thinking about dinner.
I could. Me and Esther can go get it if you're not feeling well.
Okay, what do you want?
Oh, you need to tell me what you want, right? So we can go get it. You want to give me your order? Oh, is it a? Can you just give me the code? Hmm. It's a BOGO. Yeah, can you just text me what you want and I'll. Yeah, here it is, BOGO. I've got it. And we'll go in a little bit when I'm done with this. They have cauliflower rice though. Do you like that? I like it. Their cauliflower rice is good. Is Esther too hungry? Can't she wait? It's not even 5. I didn't think it was dinner time. I never, maybe I'm lazy, but I never break them in before lubing. I just don't want to take the time to do it. Personally, I don't break them in. I think on some switches, like cherry switches, the breaking in is helpful enough that you just putting more lube on isn't gonna give you the same result as the breaking in. Just in my opinion, like the difference between a switch that's broken in, worn in to the point where it's smooth, I feel like that feels still a little bit different after lubing than a switch you didn't break in and you just lubed it. So I do think, from what I've seen, that breaking in still has a benefit, even if you can't just, what I'm saying is just putting more lube on, just adding more lube, I don't think gives you the same result as breaking in. It would still feel smoother broken in. I just, most of the time, I'm not picky enough about the smoothness to break in switches. Usually if I because I don't want to take the time to do it is the main thing. So usually I just, instead, if I'm doing a build where I run it to be really smooth, and I want it to be super smooth, I just use a switch that's already smooth to begin with, like a Zeal housing, Alias housing, Everglide housing, T1 housing, any of those, because they start off being very smooth to begin with, and so then I don't need to break them in for them to be smooth. They're already smooth. So that's if I want it to be super extra smooth. I think there's a lot of controversy about, well, maybe not a lot, but there's some disagreement in the community as to whether breaking in still happens after you lube, whether the switches still get broken in if you lube them first. That's a question I couldn't answer. All right. One sec, let me clean my hands a little bit. So do you mind if I just go in like half an hour? Oh, yeah, no, it's already almost 5, so it's gonna be crowded already. Should be okay. We've done it before. Okay, this should have started setting up by now. Looks like it has. The PCB. See if everything looks okay here. I would 100% just replace the diode. 100%. I got a PCB the other day that had 15 diodes missing. They broke off somehow. They're not that hard to replace. I would just replace the diode. Diodes are cheap, by the way. Also, if that helps. They're real cheap. So I wouldn't worry about it. I'd just replace the diode. I wouldn't go to the trouble of getting a new PCB for that. Diodes come and diodes go. Where to source diodes? Amazon, Taobao, AliExpress, Radio Shack. So are they SMD diodes? I'm guessing they're probably SMD diodes, maybe. If it's an SMD diode, you can look on Amazon for something like SMD small signal diodes. Those will work. Somebody might have a link. If not, I can give you a link when my hands are free, when I'm not tied up with this. But like I can give you a link to some diodes I've bought in the past that I can guarantee work for keyboards. But are they through hole or SMD? I'm guessing they're probably SMD. Are they surface mount, or do they have legs that go through a hole in the PCB? There's nothing, the good thing is there's nothing special about keyboard diodes, so you can just buy them. Any number, there's Mauser, DigiKey, there's a place called, there's a keyboard place that probably sells diodes. He sells a lot of parts. What's his name again? Space Cat, I think? Space Cat. You look for Space Cat keyboards. The guy sells a bunch of electronics components and stuff for building keyboards. I'll bet you he has diodes on his store. And he would have the right kind that for sure would work with keyboards. If you want, that might be easier. Space Cat's cool dude. He also has one of these tools. One of these grabbers, but it's blue. So it's really cool. I want one of those blue grabber tools, but I don't want to. I'll just keep using the one I've got for now, because I can't really Can't really justify replacing it. I don't really need to, but his blue one is really cool looking. He's got a lot of cool stuff there. He's got pin headers. He's got sockets for socketing your Pro Micros. He's got soldering and electronic supply, and he's got breadboards. Just got a lot of stuff for the tinkerer, for the do-it-yourself or keyboard building type of person. I just really admire that store. I haven't really bought anything from him, but I admire the selection of stuff he has there. You know, it's my kind of store, even though it's kind of ironic. It seems like my kind of store, even though I haven't ordered anything from it. Haven't bought anything from him. Seemed like a good dude. Good store anyway. Alright. Let's get this party started. Alright. We're ready for action. Pin over. Some of these solder holes are pretty tight on this PCB. Not like usually the hobbyist keyboard PCBs, the holes are really spacious. There's a lot of room to work with. Not so on some of these OEM boards. Some of these, the hole is just big enough. Make it a little bit more challenging. Not a big deal though. Just a minor inconvenience is all. I think I'm not going to use this solder. I'm going to use my better, more expensive solder. Kind of hate to waste it, but I don't want to spend all day soldering. This lead-free solder I have is taking forever. Be able to finish this project a heck of a lot faster with this solder that melts quicker. it is not hot swap. If we're talking about this keyboard here that I'm building, or a different one, this one is not hot swap. I'm short one set of stabs. Made a mistake. Hey Esther, we're gonna go get payway for dinner. Doesn't that sound good? Remember payway? Because it's Friday night. Woo! TGIF.
I don't think Esther is gonna be hungry if she just ate her hamburger.
Oh,
So, did you order?
not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Me too.
Do you know I'm busy?
What do you want from her? I'll eat it.
I like the General Cho's chicken. You know which one that is? Maybe we should get her something small, like spring rolls or something. Or dumplings. Don't they have those? Because she'll get hungry again later, I'm sure. If she's not hungry now, she'll get hungry before bedtime, I bet.
Esther, do you want salad bowl or do you want something? You want a salad bowl?
I said I'd pick it up. I know, I didn't say I'd order it. I was gonna order it in person. Okay. Sure. That's okay. It's not. It's not very. They say that, but it's not very. Steak. It's not. I've had it before. It's good. It's fine. I've had it lots of times. It's a good idea to get it ordered, though. I forgot. They take a long time when they have BOGOs, don't they? They get swamped with orders. quick sanity test here. Well, the underglow works. Alt tab works. 6:30. Okay. Great. Thanks for ordering it. good. So this thing here, this thingy goes next. So there's probably enough room to go as far as here without the switches touching the weights. Probably not any farther than that, I'm guessing, from the looks of it. So I have to be careful here. Can't do the weights so close to the edge because they'll block the underglow LEDs. So need to revise this plan a little bit. Move a few of these. There. That should be okay. And then I need to also revise the shape of this guy. So he's too long and he's too thick. A little bit. too wide, I should say. So let's go about to here. You know what I just realized? I don't think I can apply this stuff because in some places the PCB touches these ribs. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oops. Made a big mistake there. Okay, so I can forget about, that's a bummer. I wanted to use that stuff, but I can't really, I don't think, because the plastic would hit. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. Ooh, a lot heavier now. With all those wheel weights in there. Really makes it heavier. Okay. Let's see if it works. here. Just like that. Now, to try to get rid of the creaking sounds that I was hearing, I'm just going to put a little thin bead of caulk around the edges of all the surfaces. Just enough to tack that metal to the plastic so that it won't be so loosey-goosey. So you won't hear that plastic creaking against the metal, shifting and moving. It should sound better this way. It'd be harder if I ever wanted to take it apart again, but I don't plan on that, so. So I wouldn't recommend this step if you expect to disassemble the keyboard more in the future. If you want to keep taking it apart for other reasons. But this one's a gift, so once I give it to my father-in-law, probably won't be disassembled again after that unless something goes wrong. So it's a risk I'm willing to take in this case. finally see how it sounds. Okay. Let's plug her in. Okay. Oh, caps lock. Okay. Let's try again. Yeah, it sounds better. Certainly sounds better than it did. Yeah. And it's a lot easier for me to type on. It's light. Well, thanks for tuning in. I gotta get going. They're waiting for me to get dinner. But thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.